Hello, everybody.
Hello, Nikita.
I still struggle with the week 2, the one.
JavaScript 2, week 2, you say?
Yeah.
Okay. So we have JavaScript 2, week 2. And what else?
Same for me.
Okay. Okay, so maybe we should then do JavaScript 2, week 2. All right, so I'm sharing my screen. Can you see it?
Yeah.
Cool. So let's first read the homework because I didn't read it. Okay. So first, the doubling of number. So you want to write a program that doubles the odd numbers in an array and throws away the even number. And then, but okay. Okay. Map and filter. Okay. So we have this, apparently we have this helper code. And then we should save this as index to JavaScript. And the string we would create just quickly. And that's it. Okay. Cool. So let's first do this function. That's the source of truth, or the golden function, we will call it, because it has the right. That's the right implementation. We just want to switch this implementation to use maps and filters. And then we will write our own function, which is maps and filters, that basically should do the same thing as this function. So how should we start? Any suggestions?
We should check first if number is odd or it's even.
Right. And how would we do that?
I did it with the arrow function, check number, and it should return numbers.
Yeah.
That are like the result when divided by 2 is 0. That the result is equals to 0. Okay. So they don't have a number.
So let's try this out actually first. So if I say 14 divided by 2, that's 7. How about 15 divided by 2? That's 7.5.
Sorry, I think I used the wrong word. It's a sign. It's not divide. It's a sign remainder.
Where was it? You mean this one? Can you see it actually?
Yes, this one. Yes.
Yes. So this sign, what do we call this sign?
Remainder, I guess, right?
Remain. It's called modulo operator.
Oh yes. So
yes.
Yeah.
And what does it do?
It shows us how many times the number can be put in the other number.
That's the division, basically. not the mod operator.
Will show the rest of the.
Yes. Yes, exactly. So if what's for example, what's 15 mod 2? Can anyone say what's 15 mod 2 before I write it?
A 1.
Ooh. Nice. Okay. So so what should I start typing here? So we have now the numbers array, right? What should I start typing here?
Return numbers.
Mhm.
Then I in the square brackets.
Which one would I which function would I use first? Because this function should use map and filter.
Start with filter.
Yes.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So number reminder 2.
Number mod 2.
Yeah. Equal 1.
Equal 1.
Yeah.
Okay.
Dot
And
map.
then map.
Yeah.
Huh?
And yeah, return number multi 2.
Multiply by 2. All right. Let's see if our function works actually. So let's see. We have this array called numbers. Let's actually, how should we test this? How should we do it? Let's do it like this. So for array one, our function return maps and filters array 1, and golden function returns golden function array 1. Now we need to have array 1 to be, let's just do 1, 2, 3, 4 for now. And maybe have another array for 60, 37, 29, and 30, and 75. And let's see if this will work or not. Let's see the console. For 1, 2, 3, 4, our function returned 2 and 6, and golden function returned undefined because it's not returning anything. Return new numbers. And let's have this defined. Cool. So it looks like it's working. Actually, there's okay. It looks like it's working. How about array 2? For this array, it's returning 74, 58, and 150. And for the golden function, it's returning 74, 58, and 150. Cool. So it looks like this function is correct. Does anyone doesn't understand what does this function do? Like how does this function, how does this line work? Anyone has troubles with this? Right?
Why we said that it's equals to 1?
So if you say if you want to check if the number is even, what do you do?
Yes. So yeah, I got it. So
Yeah.
that we checked if the number is even, but do we need to make an array with even numbers? I thought we just need to give up on them and throw them.
So basically it's basically dropping the even numbers. So the requirement is yeah, to double the odd numbers and throw away the even numbers. So what's happening is that we are extracting the odd numbers. By this line, we are extracting the odd numbers and dropping the even numbers. So in general, in like when you have when you need to check if a number is odd or even, so anything like if I put any number here, so any number here, modulo 2 will either give me 0 or 1. This is the only two options as output for mod 2, because like if you divide a number by 2, it's either even or odd, right? It's either
Yeah.
divisible by 2 or not divisible by 2.
Okay.
Well, not 0 or 1 only, but 0 and some number that might and some other number. But if it's 0, we know that for a fact it's divisible by 2, so it's an even number. If it's any other number, we know for a fact it's not divisible by 2, so it must be an odd number.
Yeah, because I did only with divisible by 0.
That's totally
But
fine.
but
So
with
how would we, if we want to say numbers dot filter num and then num mod 2 is exactly equal to 0, how would we continue after that? There are many ways to write this solution. Like this is one of the ways. What's the other way?
Yeah, so first just check the number, and then when checked, use filters, filter, and then double the number.
So, okay, so like, tell me what I should type.
We need to create, after we checked, to create a variable like filtered numbers, for example.
So I'm gonna call this even numbers, right?
Yes.
So this is even numbers, and then
And then then we need to double them.
we need to double the odd numbers in the array. So first we need to check if the number is in the even number. We skip it.
Yeah. It's I see already did filter, right? So
yeah.
So then we just need to do the other function and double the number. Like, for example, double number equals I.
Double numbers equal. Should I write I right away like this?
Yeah, and then arrow.
Yeah.
and then bracket
Mhm.
and return I multiplied by 2.
But we are defining an arrow function here. This is not gonna execute. We need to execute it. So what should we do?
And then we need to create a new variable called new numbers, which is equal to even numbers dot map, and then double numbers in the square brackets. Oh, sorry, in the
Yes, but you are doubling the even numbers, not the odd numbers. The requirement is to double the odd numbers and remove the even numbers from array. What you are doing here, are you doubling the odd numbers or the even numbers?
I'm doubling the odd numbers.
You are doubling the even numbers because this filter function returned the numbers that are even, because now if the number mod 2 is exactly equal to 0, that means that if I divide the number by 2, there will be no remainder. That means it's an even number, can be split equally into two numbers. So now what you are doing is you are filtering on the even numbers. That's what this filter is doing. And then you are doubling, you are saying, okay, even numbers, we're gonna map this array to a new array that says, that loops through every even number in this even numbers array, and then executes this double numbers method or function. This one. So you are doubling the even numbers, not the odd numbers. You are doubling the even numbers and removing the odd numbers. You are doing exactly the opposites.
And if we write 2 equal signs, will it be the same, or like 2 equal 0?
Can you say again?
After 2, we have 3 equal signs. Will it be the same if we just write 2 equal signs?
Like this?
Yeah.
So what's the difference between this and this?
This one is strict, and the previous one is not strict.
What does it mean, strict versus not strict?
It's like it checks on the type of the character, of the value, and the other one just checks the value.
Right? So when we have double equals, we are only checking on the value. We don't care about the type. When we have 3 equals, we are checking for both types and value. That means that the left-hand side should be the same type as the right-hand side. So the left-hand side is going to be a number, and then the right-hand side is going to be a number also. So that means that this will pass because they will have the same value and type. This one will have a value of 0, and this is already a value of 0, and they are both of type numbers. That means that this will return true. This whole expression will evaluate to true. But it will not make a difference in this case whether we use 3 equals or 2 equals, because essentially we are like, even if we did it like this, we are still filtering out the even numbers, not the odd numbers. And the requirement is to double the odd numbers and remove the even numbers.
Interesting, because I think I did in the same way and it somehow worked. Maybe I just missed my logic somewhere.
Did you submit a pull request for that? I can review it.
I have it in CodePen now. I can send a link.
Okay, but you gotta start using pull requests.
Yes, I will. I'm still trying to figure it out. Nikita helped me a little bit on Sunday, but now
Okay.
it shows another mistake. I don't know why. It says it can't find the file that I'm trying to add.
Then towards the end of the session, let's talk a little bit about Git
Okay.
again. Yeah.
Yeah.
Just to review, and then this check numbers of I mod 2 is equal to 0, and then filter number. Okay. Yeah, here you are still also doubling the. Okay.
Can you run the code to see?
Yeah, it's already. I think it already ran.
It's 2 and 6.
Okay, let's see. Can someone help me find the run button?
Console or?
No, just to run the code.
I think it's just you need to push console in the
Yeah.
here, and then maybe just console log new numbers.
No, that's not what I want. So I'm just, for the sake of, because I don't know how to still run the code in this, we run somewhere. I'm gonna copy your code and then comment out everything here. And then paste the code here. And then I'm just gonna do console log new numbers. And then let's see. And it's still 2 and 6, which is okay. That's weird. Ah, okay, I see. I see. All right, let's take another. Let's not use 1, 2, 3, 4 because it only works because the input array is 1, 2, 3, 4. But let's, for example, use numbers. Let's say 2, which should be dropped. 3, which should be accounted for. So this gives us 6. Let's just use this. And then it gives us new numbers as empty. but it should have given us 6 because like 2 is even, so it should be dropped.
Yeah.
And 3 is odd, and 3 by 2 is 6, so it should have given us just 6. But it's giving us an empty array. Can you figure out what's wrong with this code, with your code?
First, I checked if there is something remains after we divided.
Did you though? The error is here actually. Can you tell me what does this line do?
We check if check all the numbers and just take the ones that have no remainder.
So okay, so let's do it like this. Let's say console.log I. So this is I, and this is numbers of I, and then say numbers of I. And let's refresh and see the outputs. So I is 1, 2, 3, 4, and then numbers of I is 2, 3, 4, and undefined. So the input to your function is, so I in this case is the items in the array, but you are checking on numbers of I. And it's only because the array is 1, 2, 3, 4 that your code worked and gave you the right expected answer, because like if numbers of if I is equal to 1, so numbers of 1 will be 2.
Like index.
Then, yeah, exactly. Numbers of numbers at the index 1, which is this is index 0. This is index 0, this is index 1, this is index 2, and this is index 3. So when I is equal to 1, you are checking if 2 mod 2 equal to 0, which will be true. And then you are if numbers of if I is equal to 2, you are checking, sorry, if I is equals to 2, you are checking 3 mod 2 equals to 0. No, so it will, it's only just because the input array is 1, 2, 3, 4 that it's working.
And so what should we use instead?
You ideally, when you do filter, this input, which is I, will be the number that you expect. So you would use I right away, because it does not give you indices, but it gives you the input itself. Like I at the first iteration will be 1, at the second iteration will be 2, at the third iteration will be 3, at the fourth iteration will be 4. So you use I right away.
Okay.
But this will not work because you are still filtering. Like this function still filters even numbers. The ones, just because you use numbers of I, you are filtering out the odd numbers because it's shifted.
So we just need to add an exclamation mark before 2 equal signs, right?
Like this. Yeah, this would work.
Maybe one more equal sign.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It does, in this particular case, double equal and triple equal will not make a difference, but JavaScript developers like to always use 3 equals just to be safe. But yeah, with this change, this should work. Let's now just get rid of this console log line. And now the output is 2 and 6, which is the correct one. Let's try the other test case. 2, it was 2 and 3, and this should give us only 6, which is the correct output. It's giving us only 6. Cool.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thanks a lot. And then anyone has any other issues with this problem? Anything that's not anyone does not understand it? Anyone doesn't understand what map and filter do? All right, I'm gonna take the silence as yes and move on. So the second problem is working with movies. So we need, so copy the movies array in movies file. Use this array to do the following tasks. So
Could you
let's first,
please, before we start, to get us an idea about how we can attach this file?
Yeah.
We make this a file in JavaScript file, and then we should attach it to another JavaScript file. So
Yeah.
we just go that comes with this long array.
Yeah. Sure, we can do that. So the first thing we need to do is download the file. So how do we download the file?
Yeah, just copy this.
Yeah, I think
This,
you're right,
yeah, this too, yeah.
Copy,
because I
okay.
actually copied this array to my file,
Yeah.
and it's so slow because it is so long and it's very
And then we save. Okay, so now we have this movies file, right? Now we want to include it into our JS file.
Okay.
Let's first rename this to index1.js.
Younes.
Yeah.
Can you please tell us that how did you format that?
Oh yeah, sure. So let's go back. So now I copied the file. I just named, so I first named my file movies.javascript, just to tell VS Code that this is a JavaScript file. Because then what I can do is that I press Control P, because I am on a Windows machine, or it will be Command P on Mac machines. And then I type in the bigger than sign. This bigger than sign tells VS Code that I want to execute a command. And the command to format a document is called format document.
Okay.
And then it tells me that if I press Shift plus Alt plus F on my machine, it should also format the document. So let's try that. So Alt Shift F, it's formatting, or so that's formatted, or I can just go ahead and do it like this,
Yeah.
and then just select format document, which will give me the same results.
Yeah.
Okay, so now we need to create another index.js for us to solve the homework in. Let's rename this to JS. That was JS 1 week 2, right? Or JS 2 week 1. Yeah. And then we want to include this movies file into our index.js. I don't know how to do that. I am gonna search for it. So how to include JavaScript in JavaScript. How do I include a JavaScript file in another JavaScript file that looks promising? So how do I include JavaScript file? Similar to add import in CSS, which you all should be familiar with, right?
yes.
And then it says here, so the old version of JavaScript had no import or include or require, blah, blah, blah. What I am interested in. Okay, so how about I try this? I want to try this. Like, I don't know if this will work or not, but let me try this. I'm gonna take it, copy this exact line, copy, and paste it here. What I want to do is to import this array called movies, which I'm gonna specify here from a specific file. if I did like this, I should be able to see movies. Okay, now what will happen if I did console.log movies? Let's see. Or let's not say movies, all of movies. Let's just take the first element. Because it's, or you know what? Let's log the whole movies. Why not? And then let's refresh. Okay, cannot use import statement outside the module. So it looks like this method did not work. So that's not the right one we are looking for. Where is the right one we are looking for? That's Node.js. We don't care about that. ECMAScript modules in browser, just not our case also. We are not using a module.
I think you should write the second input. You should write the file name, not movies.
Like here?
Yeah.
Yeah, but I already did that. That's movies.javascript. I named my file movies.javascript.
Oh, okay. Did you? Oh, okay. Because I didn't see JavaScript JS.
It's not exactly required if you have only like, so if you have movies.javascript only in your folder, JavaScript will understand that it's this file.
Ah, okay.
You're saying movies.
Okay.
Okay. And okay. Probably none of these will work, so it looks like we are not in the right place. So we check. You folks know about like if you have a Stack Overflow answer, it gives you like multiple other options here, and then gives you the option to see results only from Stack Overflow. So that's nice. So you can only include script file in an HTML page, not in another script file. That's it. So this looks like the right thing. So you can only include script file in an HTML page and not in another script file. That said, you can write JavaScript which loads your included script into the same page. But so what basically this code is doing is that it's creating a new script element, and then it's specifying the path to the imported script. And then it's just like specifying it in the source attribute. And then it's just appending this new element to the head element. But we don't need to do all of that because we know which file we want to load. We can just create this ourselves. And then we say movies.js. And then we have now included the JavaScript file that we need into our HTML page. Would that work though? Let's find out. Let's remove this import. We don't need it. Let's say console log movies and see what happens. Yep, there we are. There are the movies we have. JavaScript was so nice to split them. Cool.
Actually, there's another way, Mahmoud, by using exporting the JS file, the movies file, and insert and call it as required in another file. But I think that this way you have made is best for now.
Yeah, but just to show, like export it like this.
Yeah.
And then in the main file we keep it like this, right?
No, I think you have to call it as declare it as const and equal to require with path of the file.
Like this.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, let's try.
Require must. Where is the conjunctions button?
Probably requires This requires transpiler, I think, but yeah.
Yeah.
But let's not talk about this one now.
Yeah. Actually, the first one is better, I think.
Okay, so now that we have our movies, we can go through the requirements. Okay, so first thing is to create an array of movies containing the movies with a short title. So anyone wants to help?
We need to filter them.
Yes, exactly. How do we do that?
Create a variable
Yeah.
filtered, which is equal to movies.filter. Then
Movies.filter. Yes.
inside the round brackets movie arrow movie.title.length
Yes.
is smaller than 2.
Smaller than 2.
It's my vision. I mean, everyone can, I think, choose
Yeah. Yes.
different value. And then what I did is I just console logged filtered filtered index 0 title, filter index 1 title, index 2 title, just to see like how it worked.
Like this?
Yes.
Let's see if it works. That's my mistake. Sorry. Oh, yeah. Okay, that looks like it's working.
But then you need to to make them look good and to make another variable, which I called filtered titles. And I'm not sure this is the right thing to, this is the right way to do it, but I did this variable filtered titles, which equals
This is the filter for movies.
like this not brackets but other thing when we
This
put
one?
it before. No, like
So we only have, this one is called square brackets. This one is called round brackets. This one are called curly braces.
it's not braces, it's like commas, but like upper on the up, like when it's a movie you just put it inside.
Can you send it in the chat?
Yes.
Double quotes, like
Yes.
this is double quotes, this is single quotes. Okay.
Yes. So it's like a single, I guess it's a single quote inside double quotes plus filtered 0 index dot title, then plus double quotes again, plus comma in double quotes.
You,
Plus
I see.
yeah.
You mean like this?
Yes, and also plus and commas.
Okay, yeah.
Like this, I will send it.
Like,
Yeah, I've just sent it to the chat.
okay. Okay,
But I'm not sure this is correct way because I guess it's there is some shortcut which I don't know because it's too long to. I mean, I have only 3 titles, but maybe in other task we will have 100 titles, so we wouldn't
yeah.
do that, I think.
How long is actually short title movies? Let's console log and see the length of it.
Just 3. I
Okay. Cool. Okay, so let's say we have this display string. That's the string that we are gonna print or add inside an HTML element, and I'm gonna initialize it to be an empty string. I want to loop through every movie in the filtered movies and display, like, do the same exact thing that you are doing, which is just adding the movie title between braces, between single quotes, and splitting movie titles with commas.
maybe for each we can use for each.
That's the correct start. So yeah, go for each, and then have a movie.
The same movie.
So like, tell me what I should write.
Okay, so we should write short titled movies index I, like short.
Do I need to index the short title movies? So one thing about the functions like map and reduce and for each and filter. So these functions, they take as input arrow functions, right? Like this one, that's an arrow function, right?
Yes.
And then these arrow functions, they take as input one argument, right?
Yes.
And this argument will be elements, all of the elements from inside the array that I'm looping on. That let's for example try to console log the movie, right? Let's see what will be the output. So I'm just saying for each, and then movie, I want to console log the movie. Let's see what's the value of movie for each time this arrow function is executed. So do you notice that it's the movies themselves? So I don't need to index into the short titled movies. I don't need to say something like short titled movies of 0 or of 1 or of whatever, because I have already this element, this short title movie of 0 and short title movies of 1. For every time this function executes, it gets to the next element. So for example, so basically this arrow function that we have here, it will execute 3 times because we only have short title movies has only 3 movies. So it will execute 3 times. So that means that at the first time, the input movie will be this one. The first execution will be this one. The second execution, it will be this one. And the third execution, it will be this one. right?
Mhm.
So I am already getting the element from each array. So read it like this. For each element in this array, do this.
Mhm. Yeah, so I think we need to print out just title. So we need to tell this function to return a title of each movie.
Okay. So what's the difference between for each map and filter? Can anyone tell me what's the difference?
Yeah, for each go through all the elements and without to return anything. While map, it's return a new array. Filter, it just make a search for the elements and return all the elements.
First and return all elements. Okay.
And I
So-
used here map after elements, after filter.
Yeah.
Yes. I use map and I just get an array just with the name of the title.
So what should I write here?
Let me see. I just take a letters, titles. Yeah, I take another. Yeah, and the movie title dot
Yeah.
title. Yes.
Okay. Now, so this will be short title movies titles in this case, this variable. Now I want to append these titles in this display string. I want basically the output to be 900. So the output from this should be something like 90 and then Z. How can I do that from using this for each?
For each title, add this.
I want to save the output inside this display string variable. Like I want the display string variable after this for each to be this same exact string, to be like this. To be like this, not like this. But I can't do it like this because I don't know how many titles are coming back from this filter and then map. Folks, do you get the question or is it complicated?
So we by adding a map, we just got a new array, right, with the titles of the movies.
Yeah, we can console log this short title movie titles and see like what's the output. So we have an array that only has 3 elements, 9, capital O, capital Z.
And now what we need to do to append this to HTML or?
Not HTML, just make this string, this display string variable after this for each loop, make it look like this.
Ah. So just movie title plus this brackets.
Quotes,
No.
single quotes,
Yeah,
like this.
and comma also, I guess, between them.
Yes. And
Like before title,
like
after,
this also.
yeah, before title, after title, and
Yeah.
yeah, and that's it.
But this will not. So this will not add anything into this display string. Like display string will still be empty afterwards. Like if I did like console log display string, and I can just call it this is display string. And I refresh, this is display string and it's empty.
Mhm.
So we can just do something like this. Display string is equal to display string plus all of this. Do you understand this?
Hmm.
And then we get display string. This is display string 9OZ. Is this confusing or?
But maybe we don't need this. Like, I mean, if it works with map and it shows all the needed titles, maybe we don't need string them.
Yeah. Yes, we like it's just in the, we don't need to do that. It's just in the like in actually in the requirement. It does not tell you that you have to format the string in some way, like you have to format the titles or print the titles in some way. It does not tell you that, right? It just tells you to extract it, but you don't have to format it in any way.
But just in case we want to put it in these braces, will it work with for each like you showed? Just maybe use this syntax, like change syntax a little bit, like for each title,
Yeah.
put this title into braces.
Like braces like this.
No, like
Single quotes.
yeah, single quote.
Yeah, but that's already like
The same.
that's what's happening. Like, okay, so if we go back and we do it like this, if you see, this is the display string, and it's like every movie title is between single quotes.
So it's already like this.
It's already.
And also, what about like there is a comment which converts array to a string? Maybe we can use this comment as well.
That's probably better, but I don't know how to do that, so I'm just gonna search.
I think just we add to string.
Yeah.
And okay, so we do it like, so let's comment this out. And then display string would be short title, movie titles, but to string.
Yes.
Like this. Yeah, awesome. So today I learned, thank you guys. Okay, and then, so let's not spend lots of time on this requirement because it's not part of the homework. And then we go to the next one, which is create an array of movie titles with long movie titles. So anyone wants to?
It's the same exactly, but just instead of bigger, it's smaller.
Yeah.
So like this.
Yes, but if I just want to sort them from the less string to the more string, could I use sort
Like this.
after? Yes, I use this sort A or B, then return A length minus B length.
Minus B length. Let's see.
Could we change? It's here is bigger than 2. I think it's
It will be too much, I guess. Maybe
Yes.
it's 7.
I'm not entirely hearing.
But maybe
Mm.
instead of 2, you write 70 because it will be a lot of movies with
Yeah.
2.
yeah bigger than.
Okay. And then let's just to know the differences. Okay.
But interesting, how does it in this case? How does it sort it based on the year of?
No, it sorts
No,
it sorts it based on the string basically.
so the longest one will be the first one, and then in decreasing order, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Mhm. Awesome.
Okay, so this looks correct. Now the third one, we want to count the number of movies made between 1980s and 1988, but can you help me, Malik?
Also with filter.
I just noticed lots of people are not participating, so I'd like someone to participate. Like let's divide the requirements on us. Like someone help me, Malik. Okay, so Malik's not here. Asmatullah. Okay, Anna.
Me?
Yes. Would you help us solve this?
I don't know. I'm just trying to Google it.
Okay, so you can't help us now?
No, I can't.
I'm sorry. Yeah.
Sorry, I'm the same as her. I mean, I don't understand and no.
Okay, so what?
I mean, I'm
what's-
here paying attention and everything, but it's like I cannot solve the next thing. Sorry.
Well, let's try at least. Mercedes.
Oh no! Why did I speak? No.
Let's try.
No,
Let's try.
please. No.
So
Oh, here, Shweta. She solved it. Yeah. It's just that I didn't do this homework. I was focusing on the new one about the button and stuff,
Okay.
and the 5 seconds and the blah blah blah. But yeah, let's see what should have.
Okay. Fine. Okay.
Yeah.
So anyone who would like to help me solve this? I see the solutions in the
Yes,
chat, and they are correct.
we use the same filter and then map.
Yeah.
Yeah, if we try to say the number of movies, and then we use movies dot filter, then we check here years and return years dot year, which is bigger or equal to 1988, and year dot year it's smaller and no, it's bigger or equal to 1980.
Like this movie dot here is. You said what movie dot here and then?
This is movie, then it's less or equal to 1988, and movie dot year is bigger or equal to 1980.
Yeah. How should I write this end?
Then dot map.
Yeah, but how should I write this end? Like this end is.
It's this
So
is
we call this sign ampersand. This sign is called ampersand.
yes, this
Yeah. Is it like 1?
2.
2. And then movie dot here. Less than or equal. Ah, I see. And then dot map. Movie and then
movie, yes, yeah,
yeah, and then
and console dot log.
like this, like filtered movies equals to this, and then console.log movies, filtered movies dot to string. Okay, thank you. Requirement 4.
Why you should to use toString here? It's necessary to use it, or
I'm just printing it with commas, like just printing, because this is now an array, right?
yes,
And then if I call, like someone told me that if I call toString on it, then it will be like printed as a string with commas.
yeah,
So that's why I'm just using it here, just to print it with like the movie title and then comma
not
the movie title.
not like a number, like a string.
But be like, so, okay, so I see the question. Now that we did this filter, right?
Yes,
We got, what's the output of this? Just movie.filter without the map.
we check all the years, search all the years between these two.
Yes.
Yeah,
But we will eventually get an array of what? Like this will return an array of
years.
years.
Yes,
Okay. It's not gonna be years. So actually, how about we check it? Let's just filter and then let's see.
But we say titles, no?
Yes,
Like-
it's like a, yeah.
Filtered 80s movies. Let's just do the filtering first, just the filtering. Let's comment out the rest of the requirements. And then let's just log movies.filter, and then executing this filter, let's see what will this variable contain. Let's debug it like this, and then, oh, so this variable contains movies.
Object, like object, yeah.
Object movies, yeah. So that's why we are using the map to
Yes.
transform these objects into just title. Like extract, we are basically, with this map, we are extracting this title, just this title, from every movie, instead of like the whole object.
Yes, but my question, why we add to string to the
Yeah.
last one when we
Okay.
just console?
Let's okay, let's just print it like this, filtered 80s movies.
Yes.
Let's print it like this and see. So it looks like it did exactly the same. I see the point. Okay, so it's actually not required.
Okay.
And then let's see requirement 4. Create a new array that has an extra key called tag. The tag is based on the rating, whether it's good or average or bad. Okay, who will help me? By the way, Julia, your solution is correct. And you can avoid this long string construction that's like adding this one single quote and then years of 0 the title and then years of 1 the title by just doing this map and then just converting it to string, basically. Just one comment. So for requirement number 4, what should I start with? Anyone wants to help? Oh, sorry. The number of, yeah. Yes. So it's just counting the number of movies made between, okay. It's just counting the number of movies. Okay, I see. So how would we do that? How would we, what would change here?
Years is the year instead of title.
No, we want the number, like how many movies between the 1980 and 1988. Yes, that's exactly right. We just add dot length, and then we have the number as in the count, or the amount of movies that were made between 1980 and 1988.
When it was reduced,
Are you asking if we should use reduce or if we can do it with reduce?
yeah. Should we use reduce here?
Let's find out. JavaScript reduce. Let's read what does reduce do. The reduce method executes a user supplied reducer. Final result occurring across all elements of the array is a single value. We can actually use reduce, I think.
Okay.
So would you like to help me implement this with reduce?
I'm not sure. Reduce movies, reduce.
Yeah.
Reduce,
Yes.
and then movies. But with reduce, we have to use like total amount and current.
Yeah. How should I write it?
I'm not sure. You better Google it.
Okay.
It's
So-
like we need to put function there.
Yes,
No,
exactly. That's-
should we? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, or arrow function. Do we need all the amount of the movies?
We need what?
I just don't see the like what we're looking for. The task.
We are, yeah, we want to count the number of movies made between 1980 and 1989, including both years, of course.
Okay, so with reduce, and also we need to like filter or what?
We need to filter, but I believe we can filter inside the function itself, the arrow function.
Actually, we already did it. Yeah, we no, it was another years.
No, it's like you mean like just like
Yeah.
remove
Yeah.
map, and we can do it this way, but the thing is like reduce would be very complicated to be used here, but we can actually merge both filter and map and then use reduce.
Mm-hmm.
But how can we do that?
Good question.
So that's not what I wanted. Let's see. Where is reduce? So So I just read about reduce. Does anyone know? Anyone wants to read this?
No.
I'm just gonna post it here. Anyone wants to read it? So, okay. So how can we achieve the same exact thing as this one?
Could we try to say A plus B, A and B, and then return A plus B? Because as I know that reduce is equal to for loop, so it takes the first element and then it's add to the next, and the result add to the next, and in this way. But I don't know if we just add A and B and then return A plus B, it will be.
So we do it. we do it like this and return a plus b, like return a plus b, like this.
Yes, but we should to add it after map.
After map.
Yeah, because we need the result and we should just to count the result.
But if we are gonna do it after map, then we just reduce length. I'm trying to use reduce to do the whole filter plus
If we take this length and so
if we check the length of the returned array from map, then we have the answer. But I'm just trying to find another way to use reduce to do this same exact thing. So what should I do here? Okay, see you, Malik. So let's talk a bit about reduce. So reduce is like it takes in an arrow function, and then this arrow function takes in two arguments. The first argument is called accumulator, and the second argument is the element we are looping on, which will in this case be a movie. The accumulator, so reduce only returns one value. So the problem is we want to use reduce to do requirement 3. This accumulator is, so basically if I reduce only returns one value, so basically if I say return 1, it will like this is what I can do, which is return 1. It will always like, so the first time we execute reduce on the first movie, if we are saying, for example, in the reduce, if this movie dot here is less than 1988, and movie dot here is more than or equal 1980, then we return. This is a little bit accumulator plus 1. Otherwise, we just return accumulator. Yeah, I think this is a little bit sophisticated, but this will be the same exact. This will be the length or the number, the count of movies with reduce. And then I can explain this solution. Let's verify it first. Okay, looks like it's not the right way to do it.
Maybe we shouldn't just plus 1, just return just accumulator, that's it. Why we use plus 1?
To increment the accumulator. So basically
but reduce do it itself, like it's counts, no?
So the accumulator will be the result of the next of the previous execution of this function. So
I thought it's total like amount of all executions, and okay, I just thought so.
Then maybe I misunderstood the reduce then, sorry. Yeah, the initial value or the previously returned value of the function. Interesting. Yes. Would that work? Maybe. It's not a number. Okay. Okay, so maybe I'm misunderstanding reduce. I'm just gonna comment this out, and then maybe I will be able to explain it if I made it work next Sunday. But yeah, let's just keep going. So we want to create a new array that has an extra key called tag, and this tag is just the tag is based on the rating, which is either good or average or bad. So how can we do that?
So you can put const tag. Hello.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Ah,
Const tag.
yes. And then equal movies.map.
Const tag equal movies.map.
And then parentheses function.
Yeah.
Parentheses movie. And then you
Yes.
close it. And then the curl brackets.
Yes.
All these names. And then if parentheses the movie dot rating it's bigger or equal to 7,
Yeah.
then you close the parentheses. Yeah. Curl brackets the same again. Yeah. And movie dot tag equal good, equal double quotes good.
Yes. Should I use 1 equal or 2 equal?
1 equal.
Okay.
And then you have to do the other options. So it's before you close it. Yeah. Else if movie rating bigger or equal to 4, and the movie dot rating it's less than 7.
Okay. And movie dot rating.
Movie dot rating less than 7.
Yeah.
And then it's movie dot tag, and what is this? Average.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then the last one is the same, but if it's less than 4, it's bad.
Okay. So I just copy this and then say else if.
Or you could just leave it like else, no?
Yeah. Exactly. You can just leave it else.
Yeah, else bad. Yeah, that's fine.
Let's see. This is called tagged movies.
Yeah. Better name.
It's nice to give expressive names to your variables so that when you are reading the code, you don't get confused.
Yeah, okay. It's
Well,
because here it says like called an extra key called tag, and I was like,
Yeah.
okay. Okay.
Movies, and then let's see if this will work. What happened?
What is that?
It's because we are not returning anything. We need to return movie.
Ah, sorry. Yeah. We have to return the movies, yeah. It's movies with S, no?
Yeah. No, not movies. It's just movie. We are having this input as movie, and then we are appending tag.
Ah, yeah. Yes, you're right.
but let's check actually. Let's say map again.
But why are you console logging like this? Why don't you just console log the tagged movies? And
Yeah, because I did console log tagged movies and it's just printing this object all the way. And then there is no way to, if I remove this, I believe I should be able to access the
that is what I
object.
was saying.
Yeah.
Mm.
And then tag is good because it's 7.2, nice. And then 7.9, tag is good. Let's go cheaper, 7.1. We want something that's not 6.7, that should be average. Okay, so it looks like it's working as expected. Cool. Anyone has any issues that anyone does not understand this, how we solve this requirement? Okay, I'm gonna take the silence as yes and move on. So using chaining, first filter the movies array to only contain the movies rated higher than 6. And then now map the movies array to only the rating of the movies. Is this clear?
Maybe you should click in the chaining.
Okay, using chaining. We can chain array methods after each other. So if we wanted an array of fast car brands, we could do this. So fast cars, we just filter. It's basically
It's the same.
it's basically the same that we have been doing.
Yes.
They just it's just assumed that you would learn about chaining here or practice it here, but you all know how to already use chaining, which is something good. So now how do we do that? How do we first filter the movies array to only contain movies rated higher than 6? And then we get only the rating of the movies.
It's the same with
It's
filter
same.
and
Yeah.
yeah.
Sorry. You can.
It's fine.
Yeah. Same as what?
Maybe filter.
Yes. And what should I continue with?
Movie rating
Yeah.
bigger than 6.
Mhm.
Dot map.
Mhm.
Movie and movie rating.
Like this.
Yes, console.log.
And let's see. Rating of the movies. Yes, this would work. And log rating rated movies. Yes, awesome. Amazing. Okay. Now requirement number 6.
Wow, that was fast.
Just like the wording makes it look complicated, but it's just like simple requirement. So now what I would like you all to do is to go through 6, 7, 8, and 9 and try to solve them on your own. And then we give this exercise like 15 or 20 minutes and then see where if anyone has any problems and where did like everyone arrive, like how many requirements did everyone do. Okay, so we are 8:05. then we stop at 8:20, just to see.
Okay.
Cool. And if anyone has any questions, please just ask. All right, so it's 8:20. You'll need more time, or is things going smooth?
Maybe 5 minutes more.
Okay, 5 minutes more then.
Thank you.
So still need more time or?
I can tell you the number 6 if you want.
Okay.
Okay, so I don't see your screen.
Yes. Let me share my screen then. Yes. Can you see my screen now?
Yeah.
Cool. So for number 6.
So, yes, count the total number of movies containing the keyword surfer, Alien, or Benjamin.
Yes.
And it's case sensitive. Okay. So, const total
Yes.
movies
Mhm.
it's equal to movies.filter parentheses function,
Yeah.
parentheses movie, close the parentheses, open the curled brackets.
Yeah.
Then let title equal movie, rectangle brackets.
Tango.
How is the name? I always forget. What's the name again?
So these ones are called square brackets because they make
Square,
a square.
not rectangle. Yeah.
Yeah. And then
Yeah.
these ones round.
Parentheses. Yeah, and curl. Yeah. Yeah. So square, not rectangle.
Yeah.
Square
Yes.
and double quotes title, double quotes close the square.
Like this movie of title like this,
Let me check.
or
Yes, but in title between quotes, double quotes.
yes. Okay.
You and dot to lowercase, like with the parentheses. Yes, perfect. And then if parentheses title dot includes parentheses double quotes surfer, close it. Yes. Or is like the bars, this one.
Yeah.
Yeah. So this and title includes the same thing but alien instead.
Mhm.
And then or the same thing but Benjamin. And then just close the parentheses, like the big parentheses of the if. Yeah. And then curl brackets, return true, and then close it. And then you have to close again the curl brackets and then the parentheses and then dot length.
No, I'm confused. So I closed the curly brackets for this if. Now.
Yes. And now
if
you're closing the one on the top.
Yeah, if everything is closed, so don't worry about it. Everything's closed. So
yes. Okay,
yeah.
so dot length, and then you have to console log the total movies.
Dot length and then console.log
Total movies. Yeah.
Okay.
And that is going to give you the number.
Let's see.
In my computer it worked. No, what?
Include is not a function. So
title includes.
Sorry.
With
That's
S?
my mistake. Typo.
Yeah. Okay.
Cool. Okay. That looks correct. Anyone does not understand what we did here? Anyone have any problems with this?
They all die for stress.
Julia,
Yes.
you were comparing exactly that the string is equal to surfer or alien or Benjamin.
Yeah, I changed suggested Mima suggested to lowercase
Yeah.
like Super Alien and Benjamin, and then I put them into these braces,
Yeah.
and then I also added. I'm gonna just
Paste it.
put it here,
Okay.
but I think it still doesn't work. It says malformed arrow function parameter list, so I think it's
Let's
something
see.
wrong with syntax.
Let's take, so this is the code you pasted in chat.
Because you used includes, and I also wanted to use includes, but then I googled and it said it will only give me true or false. So I
Yeah.
thought like this is not the case. I need to count then, and I decided to use equals. Like if it's equal, then show me where like how much.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so there is a syntax error in how you are specifying the arrow function. Can you help me fix it?
Maybe before filter, I need to add arrow.
Before filter?
Oh,
Like here?
after, sorry, after filter.
Yes, like do it like how, what should I write here?
Parentheses.
Yeah. And
Title.
Movie.
so it's either so whatever, this is a variable name,
Yes.
but this variable represents a movie, not necessarily a specific title of the movie. And then
Arrow.
yes. And then
Movie dot title
yeah.
to lowercase.
Yes. Ah, I see what you tried to do. I see. No, let's go back. Ah, I see what you tried to do. So you meant it like this, right?
Yes.
Ah, but you cannot, this is not correct. So this is not, you can't, so if we have a function like this, so if, for example, function sum, and this sum takes x plus y, I can't just say x plus y here, because this part of the function defines the parameters. I can't execute any code here. I'm just naming the parameters. So that's why it said like the error that you saw, because you can't do it like this. You have to first accept the parameter and then start using movie.title.to lowercase. It's just Zoom misrepresenting the characters in the chats. And then, yeah. Okay, so this is basically the same solution as this one. So the solution in, like, the idea of the solution is correct. It's just that the syntax is not correct, and it's missing one more thing.
Yeah, I try also to do the same.
But the exactly equal, this triple equal means that the whole string
Okay.
is equal to surfer. It does not mean that the string contains surfer. For example, this will only be true if and only if the movie.title is equal to only surfer like this, surfer, yeah. Then this will be true. But what if the movie title is surfer on the beach?
So maybe two equal signs.
No, the two equal sign is exactly, in this case, it's exactly the same as three equal. We want to check if this part of the
includes.
string,
Hmm.
yeah, this part of the string surfer exists inside this string.
Can you add the includes
Yes.
word? Like, yeah.
So now, like, I just want to make sure that you understand like the difference between three equal and includes, because that's important. So for example, if I have movie, if I have a if I have a string that's for example called foo, then foo is exactly equal to foo. That will be true. But is foo exactly equal to foo bar? No, that's not true. Is foo double equal or only equal to foo bar? That's also no. But does foo bar includes foo? This one is true because foo is part of foo bar. This substring called foo is part of the string that I'm checking if it includes this substring or not. Like foo exists in foo bar. Do you understand this?
Yes, I understand, but what I don't understand is how did we count the amount of
So
men?
So you say that you return true.
Yeah.
You return true if the movie.title.lowercase.includes this surfer part, or the movie.title.lowercase includes alien, or movie.title.lowercase includes Benjamin. Right? So this, if we removed the dot length part, if we removed it like this, then this filter will return the array of all of the movies that their titles include Surfer or Alien or Benjamin. So if this array, if we said dot length, if we got the length of this array, then we have counted the number of movies that have either Surfer or Alien or Benjamin in their title.
Okay, yeah, now I got it. So
Sorry, you I didn't hear you. Can you repeat?
yeah, now I got it. It's the length is count for us.
Yes, exactly.
I have a question.
Yeah.
Since you're writing 3 times the same thing, is there any other way to write it like more simple?
Like yeah, you can write a custom function. For example, you can say function check if in movie title, and then give it a movie and a substring. Let's call it substring. And then in this function, you would say movie.title.lowercase like this. Includes, and then it returns. You will basically say substring return this, and then you will just call this function 3 times. That's one way to simplify it. There is another way to just let this function do the
What?
like the
But how
the
will
work.
this how will the console know that you're looking for those specific words if you don't put them in your function?
And we then call it, I guess, right?
Ah,
Like,
when you
Like
call it.
if, yeah,
like
if I
Ah,
do
yeah.
like, yes, exactly. I'd say it like this: movie, and then surfer, or check movie, alien, or movie, and then engine.
Mhm.
That's the same exact effect. And maybe there's an easier way to do that also. Like if we search, maybe let's try and search for this. Check if array of strings exists in a string JavaScript. So it just says includes. Check if an item is in an array in JavaScript. String array contains one string. Okay, so maybe we need to shift the query a bit. Check if keywords exist in array JavaScript. How to count? Okay, so Julia sent us this link. So we have this array, and we want to count, but this uses the same filter, reduce, or just count on the array. That's interesting. This one, not count. Maybe we will try it. This one is the one I'm interested in. Check if string contains an array of keywords. So for example, we have a message and we have keywords, and we want to check if the keywords, any of the keywords exist inside this message. Let's see what people say. Keywords to filter item. That's interesting also. So maybe we can think of it the other way around. Like have an array of keywords like this, keywords, an array of, I'm just trying things. I don't know if it will work or not. Alien, and then Benjamin. And then we say keywords. No, that's not gonna work. We're gonna have to loop over the movies also. So no, I think that's the easiest, the shortest it can get.
yeah, I think the last one is more, if we had more keywords, then it will be, we may be using compare arrays, and this is, I think, more complicated. As I read, it's like this is better in this case.
Yeah. That's exactly, that's exactly true. So I think that's the probably shortest. Maybe we can shorten it more, but I don't think there's a value of doing that. So, okay, so that was number 6. So who wants to go for number 7?
I think the number 7 is similar to what we did. We just need to search not in the whole array of movies, but like the area of search will be not the array of movies, but the, like, each of the objects.
Okay, so would you help me write the solution down?
I need to think more.
It's all right. We we can write it and like think while we are writing it. So
So like, okay, if we use the same approach as we did, then we
Mhm.
need to filter. But can we make another property argument instead of movie? Maybe we can take movie dot title.
we can't do that in the argument lists. We can't do that in the argument list, in the part where we provide arguments to a function, whether it's a function or an array an arrow function, or like whatever types of function that were discussed in the last session. We can't just say like this. We can't make it like this. We have to first accept the arguments, and then if we need to use the movie.title inside the function, then we can say movie.title. But you can make this filter accept a movie title. But you have to call something before it.
Yeah, but the difference is that at the previous task we knew the keywords, and here like it just gives us examples like the war there is duplicated, but we don't know what word can be duplicated in the next case. So
Yeah. Yeah. How should we solve that? I see Dimitri has a solution, and it's probably correct and working. So
what is the new set?
it's
a command or
no. Never mind what I said. Just continue. Like, you were saying.
No, I just saw it like if new set. So I wonder what is new set.
Set delete duplicate.
Yes.
And I compare if length set less than array, it means array had duplicate.
That's the solution. So that was requirement number 6. Now this is requirement number 7. So this is a function called duplicated that accepts an array. And then it basically, what it does is that it calls a filter. And then on a movie, actually, why don't you explain it, Dimitri?
What?
Why don't you explain it?
I just filter this array and take items and make of this arrays set and set and it delete duplicates.
Yes.
And I just compare size of array and set. If not equal, it means set deleted duplicate. And this array had duplicate, and just return this array with duplicate.
Okay. So just to talk a little bit about set. So let's say we have a string like this. Let's take the example in the requirement, this one. So let's say this is the string. This is a string. Right, okay, so which words are duplicated in this string?
Wars.
Wars, correct. And then if we how do we like get each word in the string? Like get an array of like star wars the clone wars. How do we get that?
Split.
Split.
Yes, and then if we do string dot split on, what should I split on?
Just space.
Space.
Yes. So we get star wars clone wars. Okay. Now let's save this result of split in another variable, and then let's try and create a new set. So let's name this S, this variable S, and then we say new set and give it the result of this splitted string like this. It just didn't work here because one of the this wars has a colon in it. So to explain it, I'm just gonna do it like this. So that's the string, and then that's the result splitted. So we have star wars colon the clone wars, and then we do another set. We create the set again. Can you see that the size of the set is only 5 while we had 6 words or 6 items in the array after we split?
Yes.
That's because one of the words were duplicated, and then the set does not allow duplication. And that's a very important thing to know if you are gonna write into any other programming languages, because all programming languages have this set representation just to remove duplicates.
So it's a function, or it's
it's an object. You can think of it as an object. It just has this special type of declaration, which we say new first, and then we say the object name, and then just give it the array we want to put into the set. Is this clear? Is this solution clear?
Yeah.
Anyone is struggling to understand this?
Younes, I have another solution, but it's a little bit weird to say.
Okay, so let's say I don't know that set is the. Let's say I don't know let's say I don't know about sets. So what should I do? Like, what should I search for on Google?
You said JavaScript.
Not new set. I don't know anything about sets now. I don't know that there is something called set.
Maybe duplication in JavaScript.
Remove duplicate words from string, for example. JavaScript, something like that. How do I remove duplicate words in a string in JavaScript? Okay, so I like using set for this kind of purposes. Let's read the documentation. The set object lets you store unique values of any type, whether primitive values or object references. And then it shows an example of how to use sets. So there's a categories, there's a string that's being split on a comma plus space, comma and space together. So it creates Mexican restaurant, Mexican food restaurant, and then it creates it into this categories, puts it into this categories constant, and then it creates a new set of categories and then changes it back to an array of unique, but that's not important for us. We just care that we know that we want to use new set, this new set structure. the keyword new and set as an object, it will be introduced later. You don't have to know what does it mean for now. It's just like you need to understand how to search for things on Google and then figure out that, okay, so this is the example. Now how to make it work with our data or with our homework. So any questions, please ask. Okay, for me, silence means everything is okay and move on. So, okay, now we want to calculate the average rating. Sorry. We want to calculate the average rating of all the movies using reduce. This is an optional exercise, but it's nice to solve. And it gets us to know how does reduce work. So anyone tried this exercise?
I guess no one.
Okay. So, I see Mima tried this. And this looks correct. So anyone can explain to me how does reduce work? Mima, could you help me explaining this? Anyone?
Sorry. I wish I could help, but no, I don't know. I don't know what is the reduce.
Okay. So the way reduce works. So let's take this example for. Let's take this piece of code as an example. Now, how should I put it?
Well, I think Mim is having problems with her microphone. Like she's writing.
Yes.
Yeah, I think I can be heard now. Yeah.
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 Okay.
Yeah.
I think reduce is like, for this case, it's like finding isn't it the same like the sum of something? The accumulator is like the total and the current value is like,
Yes.
yeah.
That's true. Like you can just like map and then sum afterwards. That would be like the same. But what if let's assume I don't want this map. I want to use reduce right away.
Okay.
How would I do that?
I think maybe you have to specify what okay. You have to specify the key that you want from the movie, the thing. Dots.
Yes.
Yeah.
Dots. Rating should also work, and in this case, current value will just be the movie.
Yeah.
I'm just switching it like this just to help explain. So what reduce does is that any of these reduce filter map for each, any of them is just like a for loop, right? Like if I write a for I equals 0, I less than or equal movies dot length, I plus plus, right? Any of these map and for each and reduce, they are all doing the same exact for loop. Like they go over each movie and then execute this function, right? Anyone does not follow? Anyone is not following?
What is accumulator?
Yes. So accumulator is the value of the previous execution. So assume that, so basically accumulator would be like something like this. Accumulator would be equal to 0. It starts with a default value, some kind of default value. And then for every loop, I would say accumulator plus equals movies of I dot rating. Now I'm just accumulating movies of the rating of the movies into this accumulator, right? And accumulator here is just the same. So what it does is that it executes this function, and then in the next time it executes the same function, the accumulator value will be the result of this time. So
for example, if the first rating was like 1.5, then it will be 1.5 plus next rating like 2.3.
exactly,
right?
exactly. Let's say we have movies with this with these ratings 1.5, 2.3, 2.55. Okay. So the first time, because we told reduce to start with a default value for accumulator equal to 0, right?
Yes.
Because of this argument. So the first time, let's have a table like this, accumulator, and then movie. Let's say this is movie number 1, this is movie number 2, this is movie number 3, and this is movie number 4, and this is movie number 5. Okay. At the first execution, the movie will be the object that's called, that's the movie number 1, will be movie number 1 object. And then the accumulator in this first execution will be 0. Because we told it at the first time to execute, it start with a value of 0. And then what the function does basically is that, let's say here is the return value from the function. What the function does is that it adds the accumulator to movie.rating. So it will add this accumulator, which is 0, to movie.rating, which is 1.5. So the return value will be 1.5, right? And then in the next execution, we are going for movie number 2. What will be the value of the accumulator?
1.5.
Exactly. The value of the accumulator will be 1.5. But then what will be the return value?
3.5.
Exactly. But now we are going for movie number 3 in the next execution. What would be the value of the accumulator?
3.5.
Exactly. And then what would be the return value?
6.5.
Exactly. And then we can continue filling this table. I'll just continue filling it. And then we have 6. We actually, let's see, 6.5, and then 6.5 and 2.5. That's 9. And then we go for the last movie, which is 5. We start with an accumulator that's 9. And then for the return value, we will have 9 plus 5, that's 14. And then the final return value will be 14. That's the value returned from the final execution. This one.
So it's like in our case 14, like let's assume it's 14, it's total movies ratings will be 14.
Exactly. Exactly. And then to get the average of anything, it's just the total divided by the number of stuff. Anyone does not know how to calculate the average? The average of numbers?
Like divide on the quantity of the thing.
Yes, the total or the quantity, the total over the number of the things, like how many things you have. Like for example, if I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, I have 5 elements that are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then the total of these elements is 15, right? 3, 6, 10, 15, yes. And then the average would be 15 divided length of the array. That's how we do the averages. Like this is the array. Then... Okay. Anyone has any issues with understanding how reduce works?
I'm sorry, and what is to fixed?
What's here to okay, Nima, can you tell us what's to fixed?
Is it like
It's
on
yeah.
the
It's me.
I was trying to reduce the number of decimal points.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So let's imagine, for example, we all know that the value of pi, the one we use to calculate the area of a circle, is 3.141569, I think. And then we want to just print 3.1. We don't want to print all of this decimal numbers. So we use to fixed and then tell it how many numbers of decimal after the point, how many numbers after the decimal point we want. So for example, if we said to fixed 5, we will be printing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We will be printing all the way until here, like 5 decimal points, 5 numbers after the decimal point. That's the to fixed part.
So it's the same like math round?
Yes.
Mm.
Not the same as round, because round will round it to a whole number. Like for example, if we have 3.1415969, it will be rounded either up to 4 or will be rounded down to 3.
Okay, yeah, now I got it.
Yeah. But the fixed will just print 3.1. Cool. And then this part about reduce is clear, right?
Yes, thank you.
Yeah.
Cool. Oh, amazing work, guys, amazing work. So we are almost done with the final requirement for the first part. So count the total number of good, average, and bad movies using reduce. So after we explained this part, could you solve it and then send it on chat? We'll take like 5 minutes and then you can solve it and then.
Yeah, I guess we can try.
Yeah. Okay, so in 5 minutes.
Okay.
Do we need more time or?
Maybe like 2 minutes.
Okay. Okay, so we need to see some solutions because time is starting to get late, and I still wanted to talk a bit about Git. So could you share like what you did so far? Okay. Okay, anyone else wants to share their solution? Okay. So let's start with
Can you explain what the primitive and
Yeah.
the current value?
Yes. I just want to first correct Julia's solution. So what we are saying, movies dot for each movie, movie dot total tags, movie dot good dot reduce. Well, you are basically like, so there's no property on movie that's called good, right?
But we added a good tag, right?
Yeah, we added tag. We only added tag. The
I
tag
said,
is
mhm.
the tag is either good, average, or bad. Movie dot tag is either any one of these values, right?
Yeah.
But then if you have the movie tag, you don't need to reduce because this is just a string value. This is not an array, right? Movie dot tag.
Yes.
Okay. So there's no value, like this will not yield anything. And yeah, it's the same for also the rest of the like the tags like bad and average. You could go back in for the part where we added tags like here, and then instead of saying movie.tag, just say movie.good equal any value, or movie.bad or movie.average equal any value, and then movie.bad equal any value. But or and then like it will be just counting the number. In this case, it will be just like counting the number with for each for every movie, like whether it's if it has a tag called good, then it's a good movie. If it has a tag called bad, it's a bad movie. If it's an average, then it's an average movie. But for each goes like on every movie. So this movie is not the movies array. Reduce works with arrays, right?
So we need to go not through the movie, but through the movie dot tag, right?
No, like even if we have the movie dot tag that's like either good or average or bad, reduce will not work here. reduce, like you can reduce needs an array, like movies, the whole array of movies objects. Reduce needs this array, not the tag, right? So if we say here reduce, and then for every movie we take an accumulator and the current movie, and then we start doing stuff into or counting tags into this accumulator, then we get to arrive to the total number of tags.
Mhm.
And then Mima's solution is so this accumulator that we were talking about here, this accumulator, it does not have to be a number. It can be an object. It can be an array. It can be whatever type. So what Mima did is that she made the accumulator good, like an object that has either good movies or average movies or bad movies. So if we try to apply the same concepts that we made here for this solution, let's assume we have it like this. So this is basically movie ID and movie rating, right? Let's not say movie rating. We have already, for example, this is a good movie. This is an average movie. And this is a bad movie. And then this is also an average movie. And this is our bad movies. This is a bad movie because good movies are so rare to find. And then the accumulator, the default value for accumulator here will be an object that has 3 attributes: good movies count, good movies 0, start at 0, and then average movies at 0 also, and then bad movies at 0 also. And then this is the default value of the accumulator we will start with, and then this default value will be here. Let's just take this copy. Okay, and then let's push it like this. So we start with the accumulator or good movies 0, average movies 0, bad movies 0, and we have movie number 1, which is good. So the return value, the value that's being returned, is going to be, can someone fill it for me here? Like if this movie is a good movie. If we go through the arrow function, we check the arrow function. It says if current value, which is the movie, let's just name this movie just not to be confused. If the movie.tag is good, is exactly equal good, then we increment in this accumulator. In this accumulator, we increment good movies to 1. Right? So it will be incremented to 1.
Oh, to be incremented to 1 is the plus plus. That's what it means.
Yes. This
Okay.
plus plus means
okay.
This is a short.
Makes more sense with the movie.tag.
Sorry?
Instead of putting the current value or what she had before, it makes more sense to me to see movie.tag.
Yeah. We made this movie.tag in a previous requirement.
Yeah.
And then we just check if this movie.tag is good. In the accumulator object, we increment the good movies by 1. If the movie.tag is average, we increment the average movies by 1. If the movies tag is not good or average, then it's bad, of course. Then we increment bad movies. So the next iteration, the accumulator will be like this. We are at movie 2 now, and then we are given this accumulator. This movie 2 is average, so we increment average movies by 1. And so we still have the count of good movies 1, and then average movies 1, and then bad movies still 0. And then in the next iteration, we get the return value of the previous iteration, which is this one. And then we are at movie 3. We have a bad movie, so we increment the bad movies by 1. And then we get the accumulator being the return value of the previous iteration. So we get it here. We are at movie 4. We have an average movie. So we increment average movies by another 1. And then we have the return value, which is this one. Input to the next iteration. We are at the final movie, which is a bad movie. So the return value would be bad movies equal to 2. So we have 1 good movie, 2 average movies, 1 bad movie, 2 bad movies, sorry. So that's the final value we return, which is here. And then this final value will be assigned to tags. So the key point in this solution is that accumulator can be anything. It can be a string, it can be a number, it can be an object, it can be whatever you want. It can be a Boolean, for example.
Yeah.
There is no much value of doing Booleans, but it can be also Boolean. It can be whatever you want. And then you can start accumulating in this object.
Why it's incorrect if we put return after each if sentence?
We can do that, but yeah, we can do that.
We can do that. Okay.
Yes, we can say return accumulator. We can say here return accumulator. You can say here return accumulator. But the thing is, this is duplicate codes. So you return accumulator here, you return accumulator here, you return accumulator here. Of course, you will not need this in this case, because you will go into one of these if else conditions. Right, yeah. So the movie.tag is either good or average, or this else captures everything else. So what we like to do in general is to minimize the amount of redundant code or duplicate code. So it's either going to be in, like, we are either going inside this if, or inside this else if, or inside this else. And then after that, we always return the accumulator.
Okay.
Anything like any questions, anything that's not clear here?
Sorry, but accumulator is the value, right?
What do you mean by the value?
But I don't understand how can it be like a Boolean or.
So for example, I can say, for example, movies.reduce accumulator. Oh my God. Okay. And then movie, and then the default value for my accumulator is true. And then, for example, I can say if for example, if movie is if movie.year bigger than or equal 1980, and movie.year is smaller than or equal 1999, for example, whatever value.
Should we always use accumulator, or we can use instead for it total or sum or like that?
Sorry, can you repeat again?
Should we always use this accumulator, or we can use instead of it another value like total or sum or?
You can name this variable anything.
Okay.
This is a variable name, but you just have to know that this is
what
where
it means. Yeah.
what it means, but you can name this anything. For example, this reduce method finds out if there is at least one movie that was produced between 1980 and 1999. Like, that's just to explain that the accumulator can be anything, like any value, for as long as you know what you like. This value is something that you need to accumulate. You need to accumulate something in. For example, if I want to merge all of the movie titles together into one string, I can do that by starting the accumulator with an empty string, and then we call reduce with accumulator and a movie, and then we say accumulator equals accumulator plus movie dot title, and let's just add like comma separation between movie titles, and then what this will do is print all of the movie titles in one string, because I'm accumulating all the movie titles into, starting with this empty string, I'm just adding to this accumulator movie titles and commas. And then of course we need to return this accumulator.
So it works like a memory for our data.
Exactly.
Okay.
Exactly. Anyone has any questions, anything that's not understandable, not clear, confusing?
No, it's fine.
Julia, did you get this idea?
Yeah.
Okay. So I wanted to talk a bit about GIT and how you submit your homework, just to clear things a bit. But if you would like, we can leave that to the next Tuesday or next Sunday, or we can do that now.
If you have some time, like
Yeah, I do have time. It's just because okay, so let's do it then. So this is the homework repository, and what you did is you went on and forked this repository, right? To submit your homeworks, right?
Yes.
And then what you did next is you cloned this repository, which is want git bash, come on. And then you cloned this repository and then started submitting homeworks.
actually, we have like JavaScript week too.
Yeah. Yes. So this repository has JavaScript 1, JavaScript 2, JavaScript 3, right?
Yes.
But we are going to clone the whole repository. So what?
Sorry, you have to clone only once, and that was at the beginning, right? And
Yes.
then
Yeah, we are gonna clone only one time. So I'm going to clone. This is not. Nope.
It's still super small.
Yes, exactly. Yeah.
Yes.
There we go. Yes. Now it's super big. Okay, I'm just gonna clone the repository on my machine locally. So I'm just git clone and then the URL of the repository, and then I pressed enter. Then it got permission denied. Cool. So just give me a second to resolve this. Sorry, I have slow internet. Cool. So now that I've cloned the repository.
What was the problem?
Nothing. It's a little bit complicated to describe, but I just had to use HTTPS this link instead of this SSH, which is always advised to use HTTPS anyways. So now I have cloned the repositories inside my directory that exists in my home, and then repos under repos folder. So if I would do pwd, I want to know where am I? So I am C currently I am in C users, my username, and then repositories folder. So if I do ls to list the contents of my repository, my folder, sorry, I can find my repository here that's called Hack Your Future Homework. Now I need to change into go inside this repository. So I go inside it, I see inside the repository, and then you immediately see this branch. This is a branch. If I say git branch, which branch am I on? I am on week 1 homework branch. So let's do git status just to see if everything is okay. We are inside the git repository and we don't have any changes. Now so first thing you want to do is to go to main branch. So I do git checkout main. And then we always want to do this. Like if you want to create, if you are going to create a branch, you should always create a branch from the main branch, which is in this case, main. And then I would say git branch, and then call it my username. And then, for example, JS1 week 1. And then I go inside, like I will open then my the same folder on inside Visual Studio Code. This is, so what I did is I pressed file and then open folder and then chose Hack Your Future folder. So Visual Studio Code opened the whole directory for me on the left, as you can see here. And then this is not the right directory, sorry. What I want is Hack Your Future Homework, right? Am I in the right place? What? Just a second, I'm sorry.
Oh, that's a new command.
Yes, but that's only working on Windows.
Okay.
Interesting. Let me try the clone again, because I think I cloned the wrong repository. Ah, I see what I did. So the repository name should be JavaScript, not Hack Your Future Homework, which is this one. So I should go and open this one specifically, this JavaScript. And then I have like the JavaScript 1, week 1, 2, 3, 4, and JavaScript 2, week 1, 2, 3, and then JavaScript 3. So now I'm doing JavaScript 1, week 1, right? So I open week 1, I check the homework. No one can read anything. So this is a hack. Like let's make this file look a little bit readable. So this is this is a file type called Markdown, and it has this it has a special syntax and makes the pages look better when they are rendered with something that understands Markdown. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to search for an extension that opens this file in Visual Studio Code. So this one, it has 5.5 million. Maybe it's a good one to work with. So I'm just gonna install and try. So now that I've installed this, and now I open homework.md, I press Control P just to open the command palette and says, tell Visual Studio I want to type in a command and then write markdown. And then oh, there was a button here. Sorry. So after I installed Markdown extension, I can just press this button on the right, on the top right, like here, and then it will open this. See, like how good it looks. And then we can start reading the homework. Why should I do this homework? Job warm up part 1. Let's get started. So whatever the homework says, let's just create our own problem. I will add a file under week 1 called index.html as usual, and then add a new file called index.javascript, and then just type in everything like the solution to the homework, include my my files here, for example, script, source, index.javascript, and then close the script. That's it. I've included my JavaScript file now. Let's just say that I have an array of numbers and I want to sum the whole array. So numbers is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. As always, let's use let or constant actually. And then is there something else? Is there something? Okay. Let's just let's reduce this sum. And then accumulator, and then number, and then basically just accumulator plus number. And we start with the default value 0. So we did sum. And then let's just console log sum. Now I verified that my homework works and everything is going well. I need to commit my, I need to start making a pull request. So the way that I do this, let's just, so I'm starting here. I want to know where am I want to know where can I go. So I do ls, and then I go inside JavaScript, which is my home, which is the repository that I cloned. I do git status. So git tells me you have 2 untracked files. So what do I do to add these 2 untracked files?
Git add name of the file.
Git add what?
And name of the file, like JavaScript /week1/index.html, enter.
Exactly. Like I can copy these 2, or there is a shorthand. If every yes, that does it all. So I just tell git to add everything. If I want to add everything, actually, if I don't want to add everything, I have to copy paste the file names. So I just say git add all, then enter, and then I go to git status again. Okay, so now we have JavaScript 1 week 1 index.html. They are added and they look green, so Git is ready to commit them. But wait, we are on main. How do I know that we are on main? Because on git bash it displays the branch name here. So we are on main. So what we need to do is to create a branch for this again, because the older branch was in the incorrect repository. So again, I write in my username and then JavaScript 1 week 1 branch. This is the branch where I am going to my homework. So I check out to the branch and then do git status again. I'm still I still have the two files added and I can commit them. So I commit them by, so yeah. How do I commit the files?
Git commit
Yes.
-m
Yes. -m, and then I write,
Enter.
this is
Yeah.
solution to JavaScript 1, week 1. Okay, so let's say I forgot to write git the -m and I just wrote git commit and pressed enter.
Open the, yeah, and now you put message there.
And now I need to put a message. Can you, okay, let me just do something. So let's park this on the right for a moment. So there are two editors by default that exist on Git Bash and on any Linux machine. There is an editor called Nano, and what an editor means, it's just like Visual Studio Code. So Visual Studio Code is an editor. It allows you to write free text just as if you are writing in Visual Studio Code. I'm just writing any free text. So how do I know that I am in Nano? It says here, GNU Nano 6.3. So that means I'm in Nano, and it also shows me some help text down there. So it says you can exit by so this this sign, this inverted bracket means control, the control button. And then if I did like this and I pressed, I'm pressing Control X because this is what it says to exit. I'm pressing Control X. It says, do you want to save? Can you see the messages down here?
Yes.
Yeah, it says type in Y for yes, type in no, type in N for no, and Control C to cancel. I want to save, so I will say test file, for example. So sorry, I will press yes first, and then it tells me, okay, so enter file name to write. I'm just gonna say this is text file, and then give it an extension .text, and then press enter. Permission denied. But this is how you save in general, and then it will exit afterwards. In this case, I don't want to save. On the other editor, the one that just opened here, is called.
Sorry, when I did like a git commit without putting the M thing, it will open Visual Studio Code, and then it's super easy because you just write a message, Control S, and that's it, and then you close it.
Yes, it depends on how your there is a configuration in Git that tells it which editor to open. You can search as an exercise. You can search for how to choose a specific editor to open in Git.
Okay.
Okay, and then if you by any chance got stuck in Nano, I just showed how you can exit Nano. If you have it configured for Visual Studio Code, then it's all right. That's very fine. That's better. And then there is this other editor that's called VIM that has a very bad interface, and we don't know how to exit. And it's just a joke in software engineering how to exit Vim. So the way we type in a message inside Vim is that we start by pressing the key I. Sorry, it just opens like this, and then we press I, and then we can start writing. Now I'm done writing and I want to exit. I press the escape button and then type in colon. W means write and Q means exit. And then exclamation mark means force it to exit. So if I do like this, finally I am out of VIM.
Okay.
This is why we like to make like funny pictures and memes about VIM, because it's very hard to exit. And yeah, if you don't know how to exit from Vim, then just please do git commit with a -m and type in the message that you want. Okay.
Yeah, I think I also still stuck in this editor. It's just like infinite. Something is going on. Nothing happens.
Yes, yes. It's very hard. It's very bad. It's the
Yeah.
worst editor ever.
I have a question. Here in the homework, normally what I do is like I finish a whole exercise and then I git commit that with the message like this is this exercise, right?
Yeah.
But what happens in real life when you have a big project and then you have to make a lot of changes and then like your colleagues have to review it? Is it that you change just a couple of lines of code and then you just commit and commit and commit and commit, or how does that work?
So in real life, normally when you have a software, you have something called test cases. So you have a test case, a test suite. A test suite means just a set of test cases together. And if you can write, you divide your code into components, small components. Every component does a specific task, and every component can be like does not make this test suite fail. Like does not make any test case inside the test suite fail. If you are at this point, you can just git commit, like add the files that you made, and then git commit, and then send the commit for review. Or open a pull request.
Maybe you have an example or something, and not to show us now, but maybe you, I don't know, you work with this, so maybe.
Yeah. So I have a personal project. I can show you, but I'll show you at the end. Like let's continue this example towards the end, and then I'll show you what happens in real life.
Okay.
And then I have committed my week 1 homework. Now I just do git push.
Origin. Yeah, and the name of your branch, which
exactly.
is.
Just one trick I can tell you to use, and it will work like 95% of the time, is that if you said git push only, okay, but it tells you what's the issue. So for example,
90% of the time.
Huh?
You said it works 90% of the time.
95%, because I always do that. That's the thing, because I always, like, when I do the first git push, it prints this, and then I copy this line as is, and then just paste it. Okay. And now if I do git push again, like if I do any git push again, it will, just like typing git push, it will understand that I want to push to origin and then this branch name. Now after I did a git push and it pushed successfully, if I go to my repository, this is where the branches appear. If I press on this, and then I will see my branch here. This is the one I just created. If I click on it, it will show me this branch, the whole repository, as this branch. Like what are the files that exist in this branch, which will be the files that exist in main plus my changes, right? This is why we always do branch from main. And then if I go to JavaScript 1 and then week 1, I will just see the files that I just committed, right?
Mm-hmm.
Is this part confusing or anything? Sorry.
No.
Cool. And then, so there are two ways to open a pull request. If you noticed in here, it told me, hey, create a pull request for your branch on GitHub by visiting this link. So I can just take this link, copy like this, and go to my browser and then say paste. And then when I press enter, it will create a pull request for me. The other way is that now that I'm on GitHub, can you see after I committed and pushed, can you see this message here?
Mm-hmm.
It says my branch had recent push 1 minute ago. I can compare and create a pull request. you can just use the link and then just copy paste it and then go first week JavaScript 1 homework. Just go to this link and then create a pull request like this. Now I have the pull request. You copy it and then paste it in class 24 and then wait for some mentor to review. Let's assume that a mentor reviewed and said everything okay. You can merge it now. So you press this close pull request.
What? You have to press merge.
I'm sorry, what?
There is a button called merge.
Yeah, it's because my pull request is not reviewed and like this this type.
You can put a review changes on the right.
And then
yeah, blah blah blah.
But I can't approve my my pull. But hey, I'm gonna send it in the Zoom chat so someone can approve it and then I can merge it afterwards. Yes.
With someone, you mean any of us?
Yeah, anyone if they open, yeah, it should be possible.
See, what did you do? Okay, this is very good. I approve. Perfect.
Yeah. So now you approved my pull requests. What if where is? Huh?
I approve it. Yeah.
Yes. I'm just trying to find out the merge button. If I press close, it will close.
No, you have to open your. If you go up.
Yeah.
Commits.
And then.
You go to commits, and then somewhere it says the merge sheet.
Nope, it's not. It's probably not in commits.
What?
Okay. So I think I know what's happening. It's probably because I need a mentor to prove it. But let's say that I merged my pull requests. Let's just say that I merged my pull request. And then after I merged my pull requests, what I want to do is to update my main branch to contain my latest changes. I don't want to continue solving homeworks on this branch. I want to update the main branch first, like check out the main, and then fetch, and then pull.
What is fetch?
So fetch is just, so what happens is that fetch just tells you what are the new commits that are on the origin main part and are not on your local copy. What are the changes that when you say git pull will come in?
No, I didn't get it.
Okay, so just let me try to do something. So now I simulated as if I merged my pull request. Yeah, but that won't work also. Let's see what I can do. Let me try. Let me first push this. What's happening? Yeah, okay. Now okay. Just a second, I think I'm on the wrong repository. Yes, now I'm on the right repository. So let's assume that I merged following. Let's assume this is the answer to the homework.
Mhm.
Now, if I do git fetch like this, and it will tell me that there are some incoming changes. Actually, you can just do git pull and it will do both fetch and pull. But I just like to do fetch to check the commits that are coming first, and then I do git pull afterwards. But you can just do git pull directly.
But what is this for? I mean, I never used it before.
The git fetch part?
No, the git fetch and the git pull. No,
Yeah.
I didn't use it. I always just git push origin blah blah, and that's
Yeah.
it.
Yeah, but you have to use the git pull. Otherwise, you will not like. So there is the Git repository that's on your machine locally, and there is the Git repository on GitHub.
Mm-hmm.
And they are two different copies. They are not the same copy. So when you merge your pull request, you are merging your changes to the main branch on GitHub, not on your local machine. So the main branch on your local machine will not be updated.
Mm-hmm. But not if. But what? And now I
Yes,
have
yes.
to check.
Yeah.
I didn't save any of my homeworks. But
You
you are
no,
saving them every time you work on the Visual Studio Code, and then you save with Control S, and then it will automatically save it locally, right?
yes, it would be saved locally. Like your homeworks exist, they will be locally on your machine, on your branch, but they will not be on the main branch.
Yeah, I'm just realizing that I didn't save the previous.
I
You will-
didn't use this before, but I get a big problem with this. All my changes, I didn't save them, and then
Yeah.
when I done with my homework and I want to push it, then all the homework comes to the same place,
Yes,
week 4, and
yes,
then I couldn't remove them. But Maher helped me, and as you said, we should to use get pull after each, and we should to be sure that we are on the main branch when we should
yes,
to start our new homework.
yes, exactly.
Yeah.
You should always, like even in real life, you should always create your branches from the main branch. And every repository that exists on GitHub or anywhere has a main branch. This main branch is supposed to be the branch that has the latest code of everyone that's tested, not code that someone is working on.
Mm-hmm.
So you always have to branch from main, and you always have to, like when you check out main, it's always nice to just do git pull to get the latest change. If you do git pull and it says already up to date, then you are ready to say, okay, git branch, my username again, and then JavaScript 1, and then this time we are doing homework for week 2. So now I created a branch, and then I check out into the branch, I go inside the branch, is 1 week 2, and then do the same thing again. Like,
Sometimes when you go to do the next homework, the working tree is not ready to commit. There are some stuff there.
yeah,
And how do you
yeah.
solve that?
So the work tree is not ready to commit. That means that you have changes that are not committed.
Mm-hmm.
So you either commit the changes or you delete the changes. Like for example, if now I'm on this branch called week 2, I'm gonna create a new file called index.html as usual and index.js, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then I'm just gonna fill them in with something, whatever. That's
Yeah, it's just changes that you want to discard after.
yeah.
Yeah.
And then whatever here. Come on. Yes, then whatever here. So now if I try to switch to, I should be able to switch as long as I am not adding. I did not add the files. So now I added the files. I just need to know. Okay. So now if I supposedly if I try to check out to main, okay, it will check out to main. Yeah. I think I know. Anyways, how can I reproduce this? Let's say I making modifications here. Make any difference? Just okay. Anyways, Mercedes, if you face this issue, you either remove your changes or commit them. And the way
Yeah, how to remove that's
yes. So you go to Visual Studio Code and you open this third icon here, this one, and then you can see your changes here. If you press on them, you will find, okay, so this is the old version. This is how the file was before you touched it. And then this is the new version. This is how the file is now. And this is what will be committed. If you press right click and then first you have to unstage it. Unstage it means that that I have to do git add again on it. It just inverts git add, and then I can right click. Oh, it's just unstage it. Okay. And then I can say discard changes. By discarding changes, it will delete index.html, and then this is irreversible. So I just delete the file. That's how you do it.
What about the git reset? Because I did that a couple of times and it worked, but I'm not sure. And also git, when it doesn't work, I go like git reset hard, and then it works.
Yes.
Is that the same as what you just did?
Yes.
Or am I deleting? Okay.
Yes.
I just wanted to make sure that I wasn't deleting something else. Okay.
Let's do git reset hard. Everything that I had, everything is gone except these two files because they are untracked. So Git does
And
not
then you
know
add them, and then you git reset file. Yeah.
Probably yes.
Yeah.
Just to be sure that I understand it, after we finish with our homework and made a push for it, then we want to start with a new homework. We should to start from get checkout mine, and then get a branch. So
get pull first.
Yeah, get pull, and then get checkout mine, and then get a branch.
No. Get checkout main first, and then git pull, and then git branch. Yes.
Yes.
Yes, and then you create, and you have created a new branch. You start doing your homework, and then you push it, pull request, and then the same thing.
Yes.
Sorry, I have a question. So on Sunday, I, with the help of Nikita, did all this stuff like git status, git checkout, and I have created a new branch like JavaScript 2, week 2.
Yeah.
And everything was fine until I tried today to send files, and then I had this like, so I made changes to these files, and the last line, it says like fatal path spec did not match any files. But before, like 2 messages before, Git was by himself telling me that like, please add these files. And when I try to add them, I don't know why
It's because your file name has spaces in it.
Oh.
If you enclose the file name, the whole file name in single quotes or double quotes, it should work. Try that now.
Okay. So just you mean just to rename the whole folder, right?
Not the whole folder, just the file that has doubling of number 1-1. This file name has spaces. Yeah, you are naming it doubling space of space number then 1-1.
Okay. So
if you
can I use down
underscore
down slash?
Down what?
Like down slash?
Yes.
Down underline.
Yeah. Yes. This is yeah. You can use that, but you can also just put the file name between quotes, single quotes. So for example, the command would be something like this. I'm sending it in chat. Would be something like this, and it should work. I just said git add and then double quotes and then the name of the file with the spaces and then close the double quotes, and then this should work. Or the better approach is to do the one that you said, which is just rename the file to have underscore in it.
Okay, yeah, I renamed. Now I got another message. It's like with a directory.
The directory. So you just have to. Can you try with this?
With
Oh, you didn't say git add. You just typed in the command, the path right away. You have to say git add and then specify the path.
yeah, I think it worked.
You can like if you are sure that you want to commit all of the changes that you have, you just do this trick with --all.
No, I just wanted to add this folder first. But yeah, I think it worked. Now it says changes to be committed, so I guess I just need to commit them.
Yes.
So is it? Am I right? All of this was because of space.
Yes.
Wow. Thanks.
Okay, and then you get the idea with with how to submit your homework now, right?
Yes.
Okay, so no more code pens. Okay.
Yeah, but code pen is it's like everything HTML, CSS, and you can straight away see. Yeah, I got your point that you also can open it in Google Chrome. But,
that's not the way that that people do work in real life.
yes, I know. Actually, I was working in Atom before, and I just switched to CodePen like maybe 2 weeks ago.
Yeah.
But yeah, everyone now is working in VS Code, so I guess.
Okay. So any more problems with Git? Any more problems?
What does resolve conversation mean after the review?
Sorry?
There's after the review, there's a button say resolve conversation. What does it mean?
Resolve comments?
No, resolve conversation. After the review.
like someone placed the comment and then you like this, for example, start review and then like where do you see it?
After getting the reviews, like the comments, then
Yeah.
when you I think before you merge the request or something, I'm not so sure, but there's a, let me, I can't send it. I think it's on my page to the comment. I see it. Let me see. I see it. I can't see. Okay. On the, let's say on this page, I don't know if I can send it.
You want to share your screen? I think it's better if you share your screen.
I tried that, it doesn't work.
Okay.
At the end, there's something say resolve conversation. Okay, I can see it here.
Yeah, because I'm because I am a reviewer and you can share because I'm still sharing. So now that I stopped, you should be able to share.
Oh, okay. Where's the sharing? I don't know where the sharing.
It's down.
Share screen. Right? Which one among these? There's so many. Desktop. Right, let me try this.
I think you can choose there if you want to share only one
screen. Yeah.
Chrome maybe. Okay. Oh, I don't think I can do it.
Okay, so probably what you when this is a button, right? That said resolve conversation, right?
Where?
This is just a button, right?
Yeah, it's a button after the comments, the
Yes.
reviews.
So basically the way, like, what does a pull request mean? A pull request means that you are submitting changes that you want to merge in main, and you are sending these changes for people to see it and then say, okay, your changes are good, or no, your changes are not good. And then they write comments that tell you which part to change. So after you change the part that the comment is related to, you as the pull request owner go to the comments and then press resolve. That means that you had a comment on this part, I solved it, and then the conversation is resolved. That's it.
Okay, so we have to press after adding all the changes, we have to press the button for resolve.
Yes, it's not necessary. It's not necessary that you do that, but
Okay.
it's just like something extra to do.
Okay.
Okay. Any other questions?
No.
Okay. Are you still interested in what happens in real life?
Yeah.
Okay.
But if you want to go, I mean.
No, I'm okay.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. So here I share that screen, and here we can see that resolve conversation.
Yeah. Yes, exactly. So after you solve the comment, you just press resolve conversation.
Yes, this is what you were talking about.
Yes,
Gina?
exactly. Yes, exactly. Yes.
Yeah, it's the same thing.
Yeah. Okay, so what happens in real life? Let me share my screen again. So let's say, so now I have this repository, which is my own personal repository, but let's say there's a company working on this project. And then I'm writing just, so I'm writing, this is C++, it's like not, it's just for reference and for info. And then I want to go to my main branch, my master branch in this case. And then I want to pull my master branch. Let's just, yeah. sync. And then now let's say that I'm working on a new feature in master branch that just to add a function that does math.floor. So and then I create, so now I create a branch out of my master, and then name it my username, and then the name of my feature, for example, add math floor. And then I start saying, okay, so I'm adding a new function called floor, which takes in a float, that's a float number. And then it returns a integer, which was written at the beginning. And then we just say, for example, return integer float number. Let's just do it like this for now. And then we have some sort of other files called, for example, math test.cpp, which contain all test cases. This is all test cases that should pass, that should always pass, that should always pass. And then I executed, I should add like even more code, but just to not the pull request, just to not make the pull request very big. This math.cpp, after I added it, the test cases pass and everything. So now I can commit it. So I just like do my first commit.
So it's just the little things that you change, not too much.
In like not like it's always nice to make the changes in the pull request very small.
Okay.
But don't follow this rule when you are doing homeworks. It's like have just have one pull request per homework.
Yeah. No, but I was thinking, for example, about the project we have to make for the final project.
Yeah.
And then it's like some people will be working in HTML, adding paragraphs and H1s, H2s, blah, blah, blah. And then it's like how often
yes
you make the changes. But yeah, okay, it makes sense.
And then I commit my changes, pull request, and then everything the same cycle.
And then the rest of the group will approve it, and then you merge it as the homework.
Exactly.
And if you and me work in the same HTML file, let's say, and I had to make a header, but you have to make it the body, like the main part or a section or whatever. How do you know what am I doing? You know, like you have to wait until I finish the header, and so you can.
So now let's say I'm making the header and you are making the body, right?
Yeah.
So I made my pull request first, and my pull request got approved. So my pull request got merged into main. Now, when you make your pull request, it will tell you that your changes will not merge cleanly into main. What that means is that Git cannot figure out how to merge this file, the changes in this file together. So Git in this case will delegate this merge to you, will tell you, please pull the latest main on your local copy of the repository, and then merge main into your branch, into your own branch.
Okay, but it's not that we can work at the same time. I have to wait until you upload your part, so then
we are working on separate copies of the file. It's only when we try to merge our changes that we are gonna conflict.
Okay, then you have to download the last version, and then you
merge the file yourself in this case.
And then the system will tell you that there is a conflict because you're uploading the things twice, no? Because your header will be already in the file.
No, it will like Git is smart. Git is smart to understand that you don't want to upload the header twice. It will just override. So my header that exists on main now also exists in your branch, right? that means that Git will just take the file on main and just put the file that you have on your branch that contains my changes and contains your changes as well.
Okay, perfect.
And then
That's
place it
automatic.
on main. Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Sorry, I'm asking all of this, but it's also
it's
because
alright.
we are working in the side project with the girls and we're
Yeah.
having some problems with that. But
That's
thank
nice.
you.
Yeah, that's nice. If you need help, also we can discuss it in these sessions, like on Tuesdays, also. So yeah.
Oh
I
yeah,
think-
we will need help.
Thank you.
Yeah, definitely.
Thank you so much for everything.
No worries. No
And
worries.
the
My
patience.
pleasure. My pleasure. So please try to upload the recording, especially the part related to Git on the channel, on the YouTube channel.
No, like this full recording will be on the channel because it's that Istamullah and he left early, so he left
Yeah.
a message.
Yeah.
So I have recorded it. So yes, we will upload this recording on the channel.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Awesome. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
All right. Have a good evening, everyone, and see you
You
on
too.
Sunday.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye.